Всем привет! Сегодня начинаем Node.js. Мгм. Ну, сколько здесь? Раз, два, три, четыре, пять, шесть, семь, восемь, 9 проектов. 9 проектов. Conclusion. О, не-не-не. Короче, много-много. Application. Что? Короче, думаю, будет интересно. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять, шесть, семь, восемь, девять, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 17 уроков. Ладно, поехали. Introduction to the back end. Front-end denotes the interface that web user interacts with, what they see and hear when using the web. The three languages the front-end are fairly standardized. Standardized HTML for markup, CSS presentation, JavaScript for scripting on the backend. Meanwhile, denotes all that goes on behind the scenes on web servers to make the user experience possible. In contrast, the front-end developer, you can run pretty much any language you want to on your server, since it doesn't rely on users' browser understanding what's going on. All the browser cares about is whether you have sent in properly formatted HTML, CSS, and JavaScript files, and other assets like images. This leads to a lot of different choices for backend languages, as long as it can take in HTTP request and spit out some HTML. You can probably put it on the server somehow. That said, some languages are more popular, particularly than others. If you're running your own server, you have a ton of flexibility but plenty of headaches. If you're using the cloud, which we'll be doing later, you may be restricted to those languages that your cloud provider has installed on their platform. It doesn't do you much good if the servers you're borrowing from can understand your code. Some of the most popular server-side languages are PHP, C#, Ruby, Python, and Java. Not to be confused with JavaScript, just as we can say which way to the nearest pub. Swedish, French, Italian. Speaking all of those languages perform almost exactly the same functions, just using different Okay. Back. One begins. So users to not sequences. But the front end, which refers to website user interface programming technology, data access layer, front-end presentation layer, most modern websites, dynamic meaning web page content generates on the fly. Dynamic page contains script that's run on the web server. Each time the page accepts, the scripts generate the content of the page, which is sent to the user's web browser. Everything that happens before the page is displayed in the backend. Sending common web page request to generate HTML. Updating records in database, encrypting and decrypting data. Processing user input with JavaScript. Or beside the last one is to reset processes that run on the web server JavaScript client-side process. It runs on the web browser JavaScript. Maybe consider it a backend. This is depending on if the code affects the user's receipt on the backend. Works together scriptful user specific data generated in the backend is passed to the frontend and presented to the user, while some organizations have separate backend from development teams. Therefore, it's known as full stack development. The various aspects of backend provided step-by-step breakdown what happens in the backend when the browser makes request to server. This provides an overview of search database routing and anything else that happens. Then makes a request and receives the response. Software engineers seem to always be discussing the front end. But what exactly does this mean? The front end will that execute on the client side the code. As the user browser creates a user interface. The backend is a code that runs that receives requests from the client and contains a logic and send the appropriate data back to the client. The backend will include the database, which will persistently store all the data for the application. This article focuses on the hardware and software on the server side that make this possible. Review HTML and REST. If you want to refresh these topics, these are the main conventions that provide structure, client and servers, client-server relationship, and then we can start to put the pieces together. HTTP. We're connecting into OpenTCP channel through to that URL. Uniform resource can from above. Pick your home address. Sir. The So it knows as an obvious connection to the server at this address using the HTTP protocol as specified. It will share the GET request to the server which contains the IP address. Function data payload. And I require the path. Resource request requires separate connection to the server. Connection once. The request contains the address of the server, which has there may be additional lines as well, depending on what data your browser chooses to send. So get the path requested. Path requested. Respond with a header. Can't request. Did you understand the protocol? If you understand HTTP function because it's difficult to examine what your browser is actually doing. Also because I have explained it. If you use a logic could be from to imagine they send your clients and you add instruments where you can be reached business terms such as to send to them the other houses filled with other clients. We can request and expecting responses for those businesses in town. In this town also it's crazy fast mail service in army. So they can travel on trains. I suppose you want to read the more newspaper. In order to retrieve it, you write down what you need in language code. The list of agent to retrieve it from a specific business. I wrote. Then I said the train card to the rest of the business. And the business shows the first several free employees. Fill require the employee searches for the page of the newspaper what you request. Get the back to mail the person. The person returns on the light between recommend the tracks on the way back and tells you that there was a problem. To the newspaper sample. It'd be good to do the researches you already. Actually, my administer. Taking data. Sensitive personal information. Let's summary the client's relationship and then we start to put together. Because in that sense, Send requests to the backend. There are often browsers that make requests for the HTML and JavaScript code that they will execute to display websites to the end user. However, there are many different kinds of clients. It might be a mobile application running on another server, or even a nameless smart appearance. Again, is all the technology required to process the incoming request and generate the response to the client. Typically includes three major parts. This the computer. This backend. The backend is the technology required to process incoming requests and generate and send the response to the client. It includes three major parts at the server. This is a computer that receives requests, the app, application running, and the server that listens for requests, receives information from database and sends a response. And the database regulated versus data. Or the server is simply a computer that listens for incoming requests. Though there are machines optimized for this particular purpose, any computer that is connected to a network can act as a server. In fact, you will often use your very own computer as a server when developing apps. The server runs an app that contains a logic about how to respond to various requests based on the HTTP verb and the infinite resource identifier, the pair of HTTP verb, and the URI is called the route, and the matching them based on request is called routing. Some of these handler functions will be middleware. The server runs an app that contains logic about how to respond to various requests based on the HTTP verb and the uniform resource identifier. The pair of an HTTP verb and URI is called the route, and matching them based on a request is called routing. HTTP verb. To be performed, they can also be these request methods are sometimes referred to as HTTP verbs. Each of them implements a different semantic, but some common features are shared by a group of them. Can be safe in them, idempotent and cacheable. Requests on the specified resource requesting using get should only retrieve data. Ask for a response identical to a get request but without the response. So when an entity that specified a resource often causing change in state or side effects on the server. Replaces all current service representation of the target resource with the request payload. Just common URLs. Should be given its location in the web. By name. Понял. Some of these handler functions will be middleware. This kind of middleware is any code that executes between the server receiving a request and sending a response. This middleware functions might modify the request object query that the base service by processing incoming request. Middleware functions typically end by passing control to the next middleware function rather than by setting a response. Eventually, middleware function will be called that ends the request response cycle by setting HTTP response back to the client. The handler functions will be middleware. And then you code this executes between the server receiving a request and the sending a response. Middleware function might modify request object query the database or otherwise process the incoming request. Middleware functions typically end by passing control to the next middleware function rather than by sending response. Eventually, middleware function will be called that ends the request response cycle by sending an HTTP response back to the client. Often, programmers will use a framework like Express, Ruby, and Rails to simplify the logic of routing or Node.js thing. The change can have one or many handler functions executed whenever request to that route is matched. Can response can a server send? That the server sends back has come in different forms. For example, a server might serve up an HTML file, send data as JSON, or it might send back only an HTTP status code. I've always seen the status code to navigate into a URL that doesn't exist, but there are many more status code. So receive the request. What is database and why do we need to use them? Database are commonly used on the backend of the web application. This database provides interface to save data in a persistent way to memory. Storing data in database both reduces the loads on the main memory of the server CPU and allows the data to be retrieved if the server crashes or loses power. When requests sent to the server might require a database query. Client might request information that is stored in database, or client might submit data with a request to be added to the database. Really? This collection of clearly defined method of communication between different software components. More specifically, is the interface created by the back end. This interface created by the back end. The collection clearly defined method of communication between different software components, especially web IPs, the interface created by the back end. The collection endpoints and the resources this endpoints expose. The web IP is defined by the types of requests that it can handle, which is determined by the routes that is defined. Responses that the client can expect to receive after hitting those routes. Web API can be used to provide data for different front ends, since Web API can provide data without really specifying how the data is viewed. So for different front ends, since the Web API can provide data without really specifying how the data is viewed, multiple different HTML pages or mobile applications can be created to view the data from the Web IP. Receiving response cycle, the server typically cannot initiate responses without a request. A request needs a response even if it's just status code indicating that the content was not found. So client will be left hanging. Waiting. The server should not send more than one response per request. Let's make all of this a bit more concrete by forming an example of the main steps that happen when the client makes a request to the server. Alice is shopping on Super Cool Shop. She clicks on the picture of the cover for her smartphone. That click event makes a get request to describes other kind of request. The client is just asking for data, not changing anything. The URI, Uniform Resource Identifier, specifies that the client is looking for more information about the product, and that product has an ID. Super Shop has a huge number of products and many different categories for filtering through them, so that actual URI would be more complicated than this. But this is a general principle for how requests and resource identifiers work. Else request travels across the internet to one of servers, and this is one on the slower steps in the process because the request can go faster than the speed of light. I have a long distance to travel. For this reason, major websites with the users all over the world will have many different servers. They will direct users to the server that is closest to them. The service which is actively listening for requests from all the users receives else request. And listeners that measure these requests are triggered. The code that runs on the server between the request and the response is called middleware. In processing the request, the server code makes a database query. To get more information about this smartphone case, the database contains all the other information that Alice wants to know about the smartphone case, the product, the price of the product, the image of the product. The database query is executed. It's a database query. Executed, the database sends the requested data back to the server. It's worth nothing that database queries the slower steps in this process. Reading and writing from static memory is fairly slow. The database might be in a different machine than the original server. So you receive that it needs from the database and it's already construct and send its response back to the client. This response body has all the information needed by the browser to show Alice more details. The phone case she is interested in contains status code. It constructs sends back. The client response body has all of the information needed by the browser to show Alice more details. So here will contain HP status code 200 to indicate that the request has succeeded. The response travels across the internet back to Alice's computer. Alice's browser shows the response and uses information to create and render. Sees. Backend development, все, что не видит юзер, и все, что происходит на сервере. Ну, взаимодействие с сервером. How many parts does the backend consist of? How many parts? Не понимаю. Parts or components the backend can vary depending on the complexity of the application that they are. Architectural design generally the backend consists of multiple common components that work together to handle data processing, storage, and communication. There's some common component that might be part of the backend web server. Suppose application server. And application data. Protocols for communication between the front end and back end. Includes mechanisms for authentication. Most preferred by student frequently accessed data in memory, message queue, in different parts. This go outside of the regular request response cycle. And depending on specific requirements and design choices of applications might have. Part of the backend. Бля, что за вопросы? Не понимаю. Each part of backend. Сервер, app и database. На сервере. В базе данных. Бля. Who's the best humor? Pretty lazy folk. In good way got tired of having to write the same code over and over again. Just to code the basic tasks that they wanted the application to perform, so they batched the recycled code together and call it a framework. In addition to preventing repetition, frameworks provide great organization. They tend to force you to organize your files and code in a way that keeps it highly modular, really clean when you start a new app. With a framework, you are given dozens of folders already, organized in hierarchy, which makes sense and follows good practice such as model view controller, separation principle, color by numbers for code, but it certainly keeps things ordered. There are often several different modular frameworks for a given language. They can have exciting names like Ember, Meteor, Django, Rails, Grok. It has a comprehensive frameworks that should give you appreciation of the number of them. For Ruby alone, though Rails is the most popular. Also Sinatra. This framework, what's the difference between a programming language and framework? Framework is a word used a lot in relation to code. So, what even is a framework? When we talk about frameworks, some will fall into three different categories: front end, back end, and CSS user interface frameworks. Once you know what frameworks are, which one should you learn? Type framework is a word used in relation to code. So, what's even is framework? Once you talk about frameworks, so this frameworks normally fall into three different categories: front end, back end, and CSS. Surface frameworks. But once you know what frameworks, which one should you learn or use, and why this post will discuss what framework is, what frameworks are out there, and how to make decision about what kind of framework you should use for your project. If you look at a couple of different applications, we can see that there are a lot of duplicated features. When you have user authentication pages and render pages that render, connected to database, they have profiles you can look at. They have stylized feeds of information, etc. If you want to create to knowledge myself, you can see that there's a lot of duplicated features. Many have user authentication pages and that render. Once you can look at it, they all have stylized feeds of information, etc. If you wanted, I could write all of that logic myself every time I want to build a new application. However, there's a lot of tools available which we can. There's a lot of time we build application. We want to format our code in certain ways. It'll become more efficient and help other developers understand our code. Web frameworks help us achieve structure, and they give features we can add to them without too much extra work. Frameworks give us a place to start so that we can focus on features rather than configuration details. Gives that many more time than it's written. And it's important when you're working with other developers that they know where the code for a certain task is being written so they can use it in their own code. The frameworks also have conventions for how the code is written and structured, which standardize how the developers write their code. Most websites share very similar structure. The aim of frameworks is to provide a common structure so that developers don't have to redo it from scratch and can reuse the code provided. In this way, frameworks allow us to cut out much of the work and save a lot of time. Цель фреймворка предоставить какую-то структуру, которую разработчики не должны повторять, но переделать каждый раз, а уже использовать ее снова и снова. Another good frameworks are just code libraries, and the popular ones are open source, so you can look at your library's code online. Front of a web application is the parts you see and interact with. This is of the web design and the interaction of the site. This programming language is almost always comprised CSS, HTML, and JavaScript of the page. Привет. Time. So web design languages is almost always comprised Consists of the server, the database, and the code. The server, database, and the code that interacts with them. The source consists of the code that gives dynamic data to the front end of the site. This can be handled in most programming languages. The one I will discuss primarily today, Node JavaScript, countless others. Стилизовать Fortran. Спасибо за follow. From create stylized and professional looking web application must include some sort of grid system so that you can align elements that have color schemes so that they handle it for you, and they stylize your HTML components using CSS so they look clean and professional within the front domain. However, normally when to front-ended frameworks, we are talking about JavaScript frameworks. Some user interface frameworks include mostly experience front-end frameworks. So in most cases written JavaScript and are for organization, functionality, interactivity of your website. Very fast. Takes parts. Adopted, flexible. Supported. With front-end frameworks is evolving especially fast. It seems like a front framework is on the rise every few months. Extends to you, and don't worry too much about what the farthest one at the moment. Some people argue that React and Vue libraries instead of frameworks, but a lot of people consider them frameworks, so I include them. A lot more varied. They're written in a variety of programming languages and have a wide variety of features. I believe like the above list is a very incomplete list of some of the frameworks out there for writing application backends. Based on the programming language it is written in, also take into account what features you want to add. If you want authentication for your website, for example, writing it in Django, where authentication is built in, it will be a lot easier than writing in Flask, where you would need an additional service. If you want, so the most important thing to consider when you're developing a top application on that technology stack your app will based on. It's really challenging for small businesses and startups. So just figure out the right stage stack, which is web development. Technology development stack for web. Whereas the process of application development. Too deep into detail, there are two sides to web development: the client side. So the client side is also called the front end. And then side power relates to your house. So that is so it is able to use, but it powers the client side just as a power station during success for your house. The challenge is less mainly in the choice for developer your web applications. For service programming languages, they are used to create logical website applications framework for lots of tools. Let's mention some of the popular programming languages. JavaScript runtime is also used for programming your application. Students that's what the database is used for. The two types of database, relational and non-relational. The latter being subdivided into several categories, each having its pros and cons. Here are the most common for web development. Caching needs a caching system to reduce the load on the database. The only large amount of traffic meme cached and Redis are the most widespread caching systems. Application needs a server to handle requests from clients' computers. The two major players in this domain, Apache and Jinx. Application, you need to select the server database programming language framework. Select the server database programming language framework and front-end tools that you're going to use. This web development technology is built on top of each other and are in fact collectively called a stack. Technology stack is Ruby Garage. The Ruby Garage we have found the perfect technology stack. Which uniting the best from the web app development throughout our work. We have managed to figure out which frames work better, which scale data storage fit the projects naturally, and which programming languages best fit for a wide range of projects. Altogether, these techniques help us deliver products faster and keep high quality. Depending on our business needs, we can rework a technology stack, for instance, and necessary libraries or frameworks. Our choice for both front-end and back-end web app development. How not to choose a web technology development stack. For your understanding of what the web technology stack is, we would like to draw your attention to the common practices that entrepreneurs startups follow when choosing technology for their project. Though these practices may sound reasonable, following them may both botch up your whole project. So the businesses usually rely on when choosing a technology stack. Here, practices that you should avoid. Don't choose based on competitors' experiences. Чё ты смеешься? Привет. Depends. This may be the right strategy, but nice. Чё ты уже на ней написал? Да, нормально. Вкатываюсь в бэкэнд. Ну, пока только какие-то просто советы общие. Пока еще ничего конкретного. When the project is unique and your ultimate goal is to beat your rival companies, can be sure that attached text used by competitors are truly suitable. The wrong choice. Ты знаешь бэк? Трюк как реактивность работы. Nice. Нет, понял. Как REST просто сделать, не больше. Тоже нормально. Then choose based on personal preferences. It's possible to rely on your personal preferences when choosing a technology stack for a web application. However, there's before the approach works well only for people with a solid background in web development. For example, have relevant experience with application development. If you're a chief technology officer, your tech stack preferences may be totally correct. If you don't have depth knowledge, process this strategy might lead you to failure, as you are likely to pick the wrong components for your technology stack. Choose based on previous projects. No matter how successful do not you fulfilled them in the past, technology stack components time may be outdated now. Moreover, your projects aren't the same, and tech stack you use may be inappropriate for another. Don't choose based on online research. Today, the internet is full of surveys, comparison, and information that helps you select technology stack for application. However, there are problems. You're likely to come across sources that will express the exact opposite opinion, providing seemingly strong proofs. Как курс называется, кстати? The Odin Project. With practical experience, you can make the right choice if you applied some technologies. Да не за что. How well they work. If your knowledge is merely theoretical and based on research, your chances of picking relevant technologies are very low. Stack-based internet research is only... Все, давай, пока. Based internet research only is like trying to fix your car after reading the manual. Does that have any practical skills? You might do it right. to be losses damage your goals. Criteria for choosing tech stack. Should select the appropriate tech stack. It's now time to move on. You should consider criteria on one type of web application. To decide upon the type of application you are developing, a tech stack is a tool set for creating a web app, so you need to fully realize what you're planning to build in order to pick the appropriate tools. You should find a tool set that provides unique advantages for your web application. Tools. Basically, all web projects can be divided into three types. Simple applications are created with the help of out-of-box solutions, and simple online stores are more functional than simple apps and are built with the help of frameworks, example apps, commerce store, and enterprises. Lots of functions. Integrations are developed with the help of different web development technologies and may be composed to several programming languages. And the type of web app you're developing is enough. You should take its business goals into account as well. This is important since your business goals impact the choice of technologies for development. Can be tailored for. Heavy loads. Realize web project lesson. You should opt for programming languages and frameworks that can provide this example of such projects. Isn't enough. You should take its business goals into account as well. Since your business goals impact the choice of technologies for development, your web can be tailored for. Load processing. You should opt for programming languages and frameworks that can provide this. Example of such projects are video audio streaming apps and file sharing services. Low latency. Different tech stack is required to make your web application highly responsive and to reduce latency. Time to market. Extremely important when choosing a tech stack for startups and for small businesses. Faster develop and release your application, the more ahead companies you will be. Moreover, the less the time development requires, the cheaper the development cost. Heavily depends on which stack you select. Application, and here's a list of issues you should consider when choosing proper stack. You should consider when choosing a proper stack. To the solution check whether technology has some out-of-the-box solution for adding some necessary functionality. For example, the organized framework allows developers to use a lot of source libraries, gems that facilitate the development process and significantly reduce TTM. Integration with third-party solution. Make sure the attached stack choose supports integration with third-party solutions. Helps you add the functions you need. Functions you need to your web application without reinventing. Developer availability. If you decided upon the attached stack there is still a problem, you need developers. To do again, you should check whether you will be able to find developers with experience with expertise in technology stack you choose. Remember, the building of application is just the beginning. You also need developers to maintain after launch. Producing good code is difficult and any development team may stumble. Some applications may take quite long for a team to find a solution, which means in turn a missed web project release deadline. You should find out whether technologies you are going to select have large developer communities and rich documentation. The application contains many lines of code, so bugs are inevitable. This to say, removal bugs requires a lot of time and slows down to counter this problem. We choose technologies easy to test, and technologies are based so-called test-driven development approach, which implies that testing goes first and coding comes after. So to guarantee your code and product quality and speed up development in the medium and long term. Since turning your idea into a real application isn't free of charge and requires investors to choose the choice of website technology development stack during important development cost. Two main issues you need to take into account: developer, so that web developers are highly skilled professionals who are rather well paid. So that, however, depend on technology they work with consequently. Experience will be different depending on tech stack. You should remember that the more advanced technology is, the higher developer salary will be. In the US. Фига себе. Creating application is just one side of the coin. Maintaining it's the other. To reduce maintenance costs, you should opt for free open source technologies. which means it can be modified and upgraded. Security, our world has gone digital over the last 2 decades, and so have criminals. Cyber attacks are the biggest threats to online business, according to forecasts by Juniper Research. And all financial losses from data breaches are expected to reach a mind-blowing. So we can see ensuring high level cybersecurity possibility. No doubt you want your application to be secure, hence you should pick technologies that allow you to create a secure app. There are lots of different opinions. Search for languages is a service, but in truth, no language guarantees 100% safety. When technology service, so you should choose the right tool for first and follow security guidelines second. Most web developers technologies security guidelines where all steps for preventing threats and minimizing vulnerabilities are given. You need to make sure that app is created in accordance with the appropriate security guidelines. Scalability. It completely is the feature to turn tail on when developing a web application. No doubt you wish to see your web project Capabilities in general, there are two kinds of scalability. Horizontal scalability, which means the ability of a web application to accommodate more requests. In other words, an app must be able to work if the number of users grows dramatically. Which means the ability to add new components to a web application without damaging its performance. You should think of scalability in advance and choose an appropriate technology stack for your need. This may seem a difficult choice, as you will probably come across a number of contradictory opinions. However, we recommend relying not on someone else's words, concrete examples of why exactly certain technology is scalable. Technology stack behind successful. But now you're almost certainly curious about some other application stacks. Let's take a look at what technologies power some of the most successful web applications. Most people find it's on Ruby on Rails. Selecting the right hashtag is a real challenge, but the other idea that you should give you is as well as choose the technologies according to your project. You shouldn't rely on time from technologies only if they have been used by some large projects have been accomplished with their help. You should always be realistic and take all pros and cons into account. The wrong choice of technology stack may end losses. So if you aren't experienced in web development, question. Проблема решат фреймворки, что можно реюзать уже написанный код и не создавать какие-то элементы, которые часто используются заново. Name some popular front-end and back-end frameworks. Похрен. Flask. Also choosing a framework. Ну, не выбирать фреймворк. Чисто... Ну, выбирать, смотреть, что тебе надо. И выбирать под свои нужды. Не смотреть, не брать пример. Ну, просто не смотреть, типа, на какие-то успешные проекты. И не копировать их бездумно. Потом не смотреть на свои прошлые успешные проекты. Блин. Languages you might want to use. It can become difficult to work out. Application. Some of the factors that may affect your decisions are effort to learn. The web framework depends on how familiar you are with the underlying programming language, the consistency of its IP, the quality of its documentation, the size and activity of its community. If you're studying absolutely no programming experience, then consider Django. A development team. Duty. Бля. Тут про стек был технологий. Это про фреймворк конкретно. Как you can create new features once you're familiar with the framework. There's both the effort to write and maintain code. When once are broken, many of these factors affect productivity similar to measure how quickly you can create new features with the framework. Thus, purpose orders of the frameworks were initially created. So, remember to creating web apps. Some kind of example, Django was created to support development of a newspaper website, so it's good for blogs. To know all publishing things because Flex is much higher, lighter. That framework is great for creating web apps running on embedded devices. Framework is on which they recommended best ways to solve a particular problem. Frameworks tend to be more productive when you're trying to solve problems because they lead you in the right direction, however, they are sometimes less flexible. barriers. Some web frameworks include address everyone that developers can think by default, while one of framework expect web developers to pick and choose solution to problems for separate libraries. Of the former, while Flask is an example of very lightweight framework. Frameworks that include everything are often easier to get started with because you already have everything you need. It is well integrated as well, documenting where its smaller framework has everything you can run in more constrained environments. So things to learn. And the framework encourages good development practice. For example, framework that encourages a model view controller. It teaches separated code logical functions will result in more maintainable code. One that has no exception develops similar framework design can have large impact of easy to test and reuse. Of the framework programming language, usually speed is not the biggest factor in selecting because in relative slow runtime like Python are more than good enough for mid-sized sites running on moderate hardware. The perceived speed benefits another language may well be offset by the cost of learning and maintenance. Maintenance. Caching support as you're more successful, then you may find that it can no longer cope with the number of requests it's receiving as user access it. At this point, you may consider adding support for caching. Caching is an optimization where you store all or part of web response so that it does not have to be recalculated on subsequent requests. Returning a cache response is much faster than calculating one in the first place. Cache can be implemented in your code or in the server. Frameworks will have different levels of support for defining what content can be cached. Once your website is fantastic, you will exhaust the benefits of caching and even reach the limits of vertical scaling. Running your web applications on more powerful hardware, at this point you may need to scale horizontally. Share the load by distributing your site across a number of web servers, databases, or scale geographically, because some of your customers are based away from your server. You choose to can make a big difference on how easy it is to scale your site. Support better support for handling common web attacks. For example, sanitizes all user input from HTML templates so that user entered JavaScript cannot be run. Provide similar protection, but is not always enabled by default. So factors including licensing or whether or not the framework is under active development, etc. Go to my website. So Because it's easy to glance at JavaScript web program, particularly because it is resource efficient. This expresses minimally a web program. It does not incorporate every component that you might want to use, for example, and support for users. Sessions are provided through independent libraries. Dependent components. Several stock frameworks. Um, okay. What is Node.js? Node.js or just Node has been neatly gaining popularity since its creation in 2009. It's flooded with courses and articles about it, installing it and pre, prerequisites. Prerequisites. Pretty much any front-end development work. And of course, the amount of jobs that require knowledge of it are also on the rise. Describe the purpose of a server. There's differences between static and dynamic sites. Explain why you might need a backend for your project. Explain when you wouldn't need a backend for your project. Explain the event loop. Understand the origin of the Node.js runtime with a simple Hello World application and run it in the console of your machine. It really is. This is synchronous event-driven JavaScript runtime. Node is designed to build scalable network application. This is a definition that requires a little unpacking. The important bit to understand right up front is that Node is a JavaScript runtime. When JavaScript was first created, it was designed to run in browsers. This meant that it was possible to use JavaScript to write any kind of program that was not a website. Node brings JavaScript out of the browser land. It allows developers to use JavaScript to accomplish pretty much anything that other popular server-side languages such as Ruby, PHP, C# and Python can do. So, at its most basic level, Node simply allows you to run JavaScript code on a machine such as your local computer or a server without having to go through a web browser. To facilitate this, Node has some added functionality that is not found in browser-based JavaScript, such as the ability to read and write local files. This is not found in browser-based JavaScript, such as the ability to read and write local files, create HTTP connection, and listen to network requests. Back to the definition from Node.js website. Node is a synchronous event-driven JavaScript runtime. In this context, asynchronous means that when you write your code, you do not try to predict the exact sequence in which every line will run. Instead, you write your code with a collection of smaller functions that get called in response to specific events, such as network requests. For example, let's say you're writing a program and you need it to do the following. It should read some text from a file, print the text to the console, query a database for a list of users, and filter the users based on their age. Program and you need to do the following. It should read some text from a file, print the text to the console, and filter on their age. Sequence like so. Print a read file. Run this program, Node will start at the top and begin reading the file, but since an action takes some time, it will immediately begin running the second step with waiting on the file to finish reading. These steps are running. Node sits and waits on an event. In this case, it's waiting on the completion of both processes, the reading of the file, and the database query. When either of these tasks are finished, Node will fire off an event that will run the next function we have defined. So if the read file process finishes first, it will print the file contents. Print the file contents. Basically, finish it will start the filtering process. As a programmer, we don't know or care which order are going to be completed. If this code was processed synchronously, we'd have to wait for each step in the program before moving on to the next one, which could cause things to slow down considerably. If the file that we need to read was really long, and we had to wait a few seconds before that basically. It's pretty similar, exactly like the way that you would use a event lesson in the front-end JavaScript to wait for user actions such as mouse click or keyboard press. The main difference is that the events are going to be things such as network requests and database queries. The functionality is facilitated through the use of callbacks. Callbacks are incredibly important to Node, so take a minute to read through this article to make sure you're up to speed. Slime. request server function, request address. Right hat. It's true that you'll be following very soon. Basically, this code is creating a server and saying anytime we get a network request, run this callback function. Eventually happens to respond with a text hello world. So if you go to browser and navigate to the correct address, see the text on your screen. Word of advice. Have learned React or any other framework before either of your own volition or early in the path. It's not recommended to use it for this course right away. There are many topics that you might learn before you can combine these frameworks effectively. As you move forward through the Node course, you'll learn more about how to integrate Node IPs with front-end frameworks. You should follow the course as it's written. Deviating from directions can make it more difficult. And then it needs to be your time spent learning those frameworks will not be wasted. Don't worry. Это entity STS. There's node. Okay. The search site from is a great source for the background knowledge you need to read through at least the first two articles posted under the guides section. Introduction to the server side and client server overview. The other two are interesting and worth reviewing, but less relevant to our immediate concerns. So set website programming first. This module we answer a few fundamental questions about server-side programming, such as what is it, how does it differ from client-side programming, and why is it so useful. We also provide an overview of some of the most popular server-side web frameworks, along with guidance on how to select the most suitable framework for creating your first project. We provide the high-level introductory article about web server security. Starting this module, you don't need to have any knowledge of server-side website programming. Or you should understand something about introduction to the server side. Different course in this first class, we'll look at server-side programming. Normally answering questions such as what is it, how does it differ from client-side programming. It's so useful as in reading in this article you understand the additional power available to websites through server-side code. So to gain familiarity with what server-side programming is, what it can do, and how it differs from client-side programming. Particular websites use server-side code to dynamically display different data when needed. Server-side code to dynamically display different data when needed generally pulled out of database stored on server and set with the client to display it via some code. The most significant benefit to server-side code is that it allows you to tailor website content. User dynamic sites can highlight content that is more relevant based on user preferences and habits. It also makes sites easier to use by storing personal preferences and information. For example, using stored credit cards details to streamline subsequent payments. It can even allow interaction with users or the site, setting notification and updates via email or through other channels. All these capabilities enable much deeper engagement with the users. When learning about server-side development is highly recommended. What is server-side website programming? Web browsers communicate with web service using the hypertext transfer protocol. When you click on a link on the web page, submit a form or run a search, HTTP request is sent from your browser to the target server. The request includes a URL identifying the affected resource, there's a URL identifying In the affected resource, the method that defines the required action, for example, to get, delete, or post audio resource, and may include additional information content encoded in URL parameters. The field value pairs sent via a query string as post data results in the factory resource method that defines the request action. It may include additional information encoded in the URL parameters. The field value pairs sent via query string as post data sent web service await for client request messages. Process them when they arrive and reply to the web browser with HTTP response message. The response contains a status line indicating whether or not the request succeeded. On the body of successful response, the request would contain the requested resource, static sites. The green below shows the basic web server architecture for a static site. Static site is one that returns the same hard-coded content from the server whenever a particular required resource is requested. The page. It retrieves the requested document from its file system and returns HTTP response containing the document and the success status. The file cannot be retrieved for some reason and error status is returned. Dynamic websites develop some response content generally. The generated dynamically when needed in dynamic website HTML pages are normally created by inserting data from database into placeholders and HTML templates. This is a much more efficient way to storing large amount of content than using static websites. It can return different data for URL. Dynamically only when needed. Dynamic website HTML pages are normally created by inserting data from the database into placeholder HTML template is a much more efficient way to storing large amounts of content than using static websites. Dynamic site can return different data for a URL based on information provided by the user. Person preferences can perform other operations as part of returning a response. Most of the code to support dynamic website must run on the server. The semester on this, so creating this code is known as server-side programming. The green below shows a simple architecture for a dynamic website. As in the previous diagram, routers send HTTP request to the server. Then the server processes the request and returns appropriate HTTP response. Requests for static resources are handled in the same way as for static sites. The resources are any files that don't change typically. Static resources. The web server request data. Web application. Request instead forwarded to server-side code. Shown diagram as a web application. For the main requests, the server interprets the requests or reads required information from the database. They retrieve data with HTML templates and sends back the response containing the generated HTML. So let's now turn our attention to the code involved in server-side and client-side programming. In each case, it is significantly different. They have different purpose and concerns. They don't use the same programming languages. JavaScript, which can be used on the server and client side, they run in different operating system environments. Running in the browser is known as client-side code and is primarily concerned with improving the appearance behavior of the rendered web page. This includes selecting and styling UI components, creating layouts, navigation, form validation, etc. By contrast, server-side website programming mostly involves choosing which content to return to the browser and is supposed to require the server-side code handles tasks like validating submitted data and request, using database to store and retrieve data, sending the correct data to the client as required. Client-side code is written using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. The system. Device can control what browser user might be using to view website browser, providing consistent levels of compatibility with client-side code features, and part of the challenge Client-side programming is handling differences in browser support. Graceful server-side code can be written in any number of programming languages. Examples of popular server-side web languages. Let me read. Server-side code has full access to the server. Reading system, the developer can choose what programming language they wish to use. Developers typically write their code using web frameworks. So collections of functions, object rules, and other code constructs designed to solve common problems, speed up development, and simplify the different type of tasks based on particular domain. Again, while both client and server-side code use frameworks, the domains are very different. Hence, so are the frameworks. Client-side web frameworks simplify layout and presentation tasks, while server-side web frameworks provide a lot of common web browser functionality that you might otherwise have to implement yourself. With C sessions, supports for user authentication, easy database access, templating libraries. Client-side frameworks are often used to help speed up development of client-side code. But you can also choose to write all of the code by hand. In fact, writing your code by hand can be quicker and more efficient if you only need a small, simple website UI. I'm concerned you would almost never consider writing the server-side component. For a web app without a framework, implementing a WITL feature like HTTP server is really hard to do from scratch in, say, Python. But web frameworks like Django provides one out of the box along with other very useful tools. What can you do on the server side? Service programming is very useful because it allows sufficient deliver information tailored for individual users and thereby create a much better user experience. Companies like Amazon use server-side programming to construct search results for products. Make target product suggestions based on client preferences and previous buying habits. Simplify purchases. Bank use server-side programming to store account information and allow only authorized users to view and make transitions. Other services like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Wikipedia use server-side programming to highlight, share, and control access to interesting content. Some of the common uses and benefits of server-side programming are listed below. There's some overlap. Efficient storage and delivery of information, measure how many products are available on Amazon, and measure how many posts have been written for creating a separate static page for each product or post would be completely impractical. Server-side programming allows us to instead sort the information in database and automatically construct and return HTML and other types of files. It's also possible to return data for rendering by appropriate client-side web frameworks. The processing burden the server and the amount of data that needs to be sent. The server is not limited to sending information from that database and might alternatively return the result of software tools. It is not limited to sending information from database. and might ultimately return the result of support tools or data from which services content can even be targeted for the type of client device and that is received it. Because the information is in database, it can also more easily be shared and updated with other business systems. For example, when products are sold either online or in the shop might update its database of inventory. The imagination doesn't have to work hard to see the benefit of server-side code for efficient storage and delivery of information. Search for a number of keywords and note how the page structure doesn't change even though the results do. Point 2 or 3 different products, note again how they have come structure and layout, but the content for different products have been pulled from the database. Search for a common search term fish say you can see literally millions of restaurant values using the best of this to be stored and shared efficiently. The presentation of information to be controlled in just one place. There's servers concerned use information about clients to provide a convenient and tailored user experience. For example, many sites store credit cards. The details don't have to be entered again. Just like Google Maps can use save the current location for providing routing information, search travel history to highlight local business, and search results. A deeper analysis of user habits can be used to anticipate their interacts and further customize response. Notification, for example, providing a list of previously visited or popular locations you may want to look at on the map. Frequently visited and frequently one and others. Controlled access to content. Superman allows sites to restrict access to authorized users. Users and serve only the information that the user is permitted to use. Real-world examples sites which allows users to determine who can see the content they post to the site. This content appears in their feed. So there are other real examples where Access to content is control. For example, what can you see if you go to the land site? What information can you see more about? Source session state information. This programming allows developers to make use of session-based mechanism that allows the server to store information on the current user of a site and send different responses based on that information. This allows, for example, the site to know once the server to send information to the current user site and send different response based. So, for example, the site to know that the user has been logged in and display links to their emails in order to history. Perhaps save the state with simple game so that the user can go to a site and left in the newspaper site that has subscription model and open a bunch of tabs. New to visit the site starts to be redirected to pages explaining how to subscribe. Чуть. Это реклама, наверное, здесь. Да. Users can send a general or user-specific notification through the website, so similar instant messaging video conversation. Communicated services, for example, with Facebook, Twitter, send emails and smash messages. New communication, Amazon regularly sends products emails to products similar today that you might be interested in. The web server might send to site administrators, altering them to low memory on the server activity. The most common authentication is confirmation or registration. Almost any large site that you are interested in, create a new account using your email address. Data analysis website may collect a lot of data about user, what they search for, what they recommend, how long they stay. Server-side programming can be used to refine responses based on analysis data. Was advertised product based on the previous search database viewer. If you go to your main panel, content the stream of posts on the numerical order, in particular posts with likes of the higher on the list. Let's look at the kind of ads you're being shown. We're in highlighting content. Doesn't depend on your likes and viewing habits. Relations huge first-side component server-side programming. You have now learned that server-side code is run on the web server and that its main role is to control what information is to send to the user. Code mainly handles the structure and the presentation of data to the user. You should also understand that it's useful because it allows us to create a website that efficiently deliver information tailored for individual user and have a good idea of some may be able to do when you serve some program. Lastly, you should understand that the server code can be written in a number of programming languages. You should use a framework to make your whole process easier. The future article will help you choose the web sites, client server overview. Окей. Сейчас вернусь. Client server overview. Now that you know the purpose and potential benefits of server-side programming, to examine in detail what happens when the server receives a dynamic request from a browser. As most website server-side code handles a request and response, as most website server-side code handles request response. This help you understand what you need to do when writing most of your own code. There's no real code in discussion because we haven't yet chosen a web framework to use to write or code. This discussion is, however, still very relevant because this described behavior must be implemented by your server-side code, irrespective of which programming language or web framework you select. Web service and HTTP. Web browsers communicate with web servers using HTTP when you can give a message speed of where we run search, the browser sends a request to the server. This request includes you're identifying the target server and resource, critical data point on the server or tool to run, a method that defines the request action, for example, to get a file or to save or update some data. The different methods, verbs, and their associated actions are listed below. Get specific response resource, create a new resource, get the metadata information about specific resource without getting the body like. Get would you might, for example, use head request to find out the last time resource was updated, and then only use the more expensive get request to download the resource if it has changed. Update an existing resource and create a new one if it doesn't exist. These verbs are for less common advanced tasks, so we won't cover them here. Adjustment mesh can be encoded with requests. For example, HTML form dot information can be encoded as URL parameters. It requests encode data in the URL sent to server by adding name values pairs onto the end of it. For example, you also have a question mark separating the rest of the URL from the URL parameters, an equal sign separating each name from the associated value, and an ampersand separating each pair. Inherently insecure as they can be changed by user and then resubmitted. Your parameters get requests are not used for requests to update data on the server, post data, post requests, add new resources, the data for which is encoded within the request body. Keys contains session data about the client, including keys that the server can use to determine their logging and permissions access to resources. The session data about the client, including this session data about the client, including keys that server can use to determine their login status and permissions access to resources. Web servers where the client requests message, process them, and when they arrive. The response contains a HTTP response status code indicating whether or not the request succeeded. Process when they arrive and reply to the message. Response contains a response status code indicating whether or not succeeded. For success not found if the resource cannot be found. The user isn't to see the resource, etc. The body of the successful response to a GET request would contain the requested resource. Which message return it is rendered by the web browser. For processing, the browser may discover links to other resources or HTML page, usually reference JavaScript and CSS file, and send separate HTTP requests to download these files. Dynamic websites. Saying them the following text are exactly the same communication protocol patterns. Get request response example. You can make a simple get request by clicking on the link or searching on the site. Using homepage, for example, it is sent when you perform a search on MDN. Nook. The form message defined in the web standards. You don't need to want to know this level of detail, but at least now you know where it came from. The request. Each line of the request contains information about it. The first part is called the header. It contains useful information about the request in the same way that an HTML head contains useful information about the HTML document, but not the actual content itself. Same way. Most of the information we talk about above. Target resource URL. Parameters: the target host website. The end of the first line also includes a short string identifying the specific protocol version. The final line contains information about the client-side cookies. You can see in this case that the cookie includes an ID for managing session. The main lines contain information about the browser used and the sorts of responses can handle. For example, you can see here that a browser user engine is Mozilla Firefox, can accept gzip compressed information, can accept the specified set of characters and languages. The referer line indicates the address of the web page that contained the link to the resource. Is the address of the web page that contained the link to this resource. We also have a body. The first part of the response for this request is shown below. The header contains information like the following. The response code, which tells us that the request succeeded. The response is we also see that there is a message to have the body content which contains an actual HTML return by request. The header includes information about the response, was generated the server and how it expects browser to handle the page. To be embedded in iframe in another site. Post request response example. Submit forms contain information set to search request. The text below shows there should be requests made when the user submits a new profile detailing the site information. Somewhat the same as the get request example shown previously. This request is a post. The main difference is that URL doesn't have any parameters. As you can see, the information from the form is content coded in the body of the request. The response from the request is shown below. The status codes of tells about that the post succeeded, and then that must issue the second HTTP request to load the page specified in the location field. Should is otherwise similar to that for the response to get a request. So captured using SQL is one that returns the same hardcoded content from server whenever a particular resource is requested. So for example, if you wish about product, the same page will be returned to every user. If you add another similar product to your site, you will need to add another page. So this can start to get really inefficient. What happens when you get the thousands of products pages? You would repeat a lot of code across each page. If you wanted to change anything about the page structure, like the new related products section, for example, then you would have to change every page individually. Excellent. When you have a small number of pages and you want to send the same content to every user, where they can have a significant cost to maintain as the number of pages becomes larger. Specify conditions returns static. I will ever need to request because this one doesn't store any it's never really useful learning server-side programming because dynamic site handler request. Dynamic sites. Dynamic sites. Dynamic site is one that can generate and return content based on the specific request URL and data, then always returning the same hard-coded file for a particular URL. Can generate and return content. Example of a product side, the server would store product data in the database rather than individual HTML files. When sending in HTML GET request for a product, determines the product ID, fetches the data, provided then construct the HTML page from the response by inserting the data into HTML template. In the database allows the product information to be stored efficiently and easily extensible, modified. Searchable way user space makes vary to change HTML structure because this only needs to be done in one place in a single template and across potentially tons of static pages. There's a step-by-step overview of the dynamic HTTP request and response cycle, building on what we looked in the last article with much more detail. In order to keep things real, we'll use the context Sport team manager website where a coach can select their team name. HTML form and get back a suggested best lineup for the game. It below shows the manual of the team coach website, along with numbered labels with a sequence of operations when the coach accesses their best team list. The part of the site that makes it dynamic are the web application. This is how we'll refer to the server-side code that processes HTTP requests and returns HTTP responses. Right. And that just response database which contains information about players and their browser. The coach submits the form with the team name and number of players. The sequence operation is the web browser creates HTTP GET request to the server using the base URL for the resource best and encoding the team and player number either as URL parameters or as a part of the URL pattern. This request is used because the request is only fetching data. The web service detects that the request dynamic and forwards to the web application for processing. It knows how to handle different URLs based on pattern matching rules. Finding configuration, the web application identifies the intention. Application defines that the intention of the request is to get the best team list based on URL and finds out the required team name and number of players from the URL of the application, then gets the required information from the database. Using additional internal to define which players are best and possibly also getting the identity of the logged in coach from client-side cookie. And then creates HTML patch and putting the data from database into placeholders. Returns the generated HTML to the web browser. Then prevents HTML page by putting the data. The application returns the generated HTML to the web browser. Status. When the application will return another code, for example, indicate that some does exist, the web browser will then start the process of return HTML, sending separate requests to get any other CSS. Just read files that is references. So load static files from the file system, returns directly. Versions of data on the records will be handled similar, except that like in application job is to receive HTTP requests and return HTTP responses, while interacting with database to get or update information are very common tasks. The code may do other things at the same time or not interact with database at all. A good example of additional task that the application might perform will be sending an email to a user. Turning something other than HTML. There is a website code does not have to return HTML snippets. First, in the response, it can instead dynamically create and return other types of files, or even data. The idea of returning data to a web browser is so that it can dynamically update its own context. It has been around for quite a while. More recently, single page apps have become popular, where the whole website is written with a single HTML file that is dynamically updated when needed. Created using this style of application push a lot of computational costs from server to a web browser and can result in websites that appear to behave a lot more like native apps. Web frameworks simplify server-side web programming. Make writing code to handle the operation described above much easier. One of the most important operations is providing simple mechanisms to map different resources pages to specific handler function. This makes it easier to keep the code associated to every resource separate. It also has benefits in terms of maintenance, because you can change to deliver a particular feature one place without having to change the handler function. Then consider the following that maps to peer button to function. The first button ensures that there should be request with the source for name index. See the following code that maps to your buttons to you function. The first button ensures that the HTTP request with the resource URL of best will be best in the views module. Because it has the button best junior will instead be passed first parameter because these parameters technical regular expression, you don't need to know. Okay. The framework also makes it easier for a view function to fetch information from database. The structure over that is defined in modules, in models, which are Python classes that define the fields to be stored in the underlying database. If we have a module named team with a field of team type, then we can use a simple query syntax to get back all teams that have a particular type. The example gets a list of teams that have the text of junior, not the format field name followed by double underscore, and then the type of match to use in this case. There are many other types of matches, and we can daisy chain them. We can also control the order. The junior function gets the list of junior teams. It calls the random function, passing the original HTTP request and HTML template in the context object, defining the information to be included in the template. There's a convenience function that generates HTML using context and HTML template. It returns into an HTTP response object. Then you should be. Okay. You can insight into the nature of Node, and to unpack the rest of the above definition, read this article. Exactly, it's Node.js, which is JavaScript. This sounds great, but what does it mean? How does it work? The just runtime environment includes everything you need to execute a program written in JavaScript. Limited existence when the rich developer JavaScript extended from something you could only run the browser, something your machine is a standalone application. Now you can do much more with JavaScript than just making a website. Interactive JavaScript now has the ability to do things that other script languages like can do, but your brother and run the runtime engine. This engine takes JavaScript, can convert to the faster machine code. The machine code is low-level code which the computer without needing to first interpret it. Definition is given if you Node.js website. The first, now let's understand the other two lines so we can find out what is in ranging from reading, writing, but don't. Everything ranging from reading, writing local files to making stem to hence blocks other functions. Consider a scenario where we request a backend database. And then print them on the screen console. Backend method user this is if server would have started a new thread for every user. Single thread only but it has single threaded event loop. It's not very well suited for multi-threaded task. So that's when blocking part comes in. On blocking now. On the other hand, using a blocking request, you can initiate a data request for user 2 without waiting for the response to the request of the user 1. You can initiate both requests parallel. This non-blocking eliminates the need for multi-threading since the server can handle multiple requests at the same time. I have 26 minutes to watch this excellent video explaining quick step-by-step explanation how the JavaScript event loop works. Let's look onto the call stack. This then runs right away and gets popped. This is not CP. When we call it, we register the event callback pair. The event will wait after register it in the IPs. It's both from the call stack. The second settlement gets registered in the same way, and I have two nodes IPs waiting to execute. After waiting for 0 seconds, it gets moved to the callback queue and the same thing happens. The callback queue, the functions wait for the call stack to be empty because only one statement can execute at a time, taking care of by the event loop. So the call stack is empty. The This library is built by us community which will solve generic problems. This package you can use in your apps to make your development faster and efficient. Three things: lots modules, the combined Node.js like file system, and lots of third-party libraries like Express. Let's you require your own files and modularize the project. Requires function intercept the parameter path and returns module exports. Module export. And non-module is a reusable block of code whose existence does not accidentally impact other code. You can write your own modules and use it in various applications. Node.js has a set of built-in modules which you can use without any further installation. To обучать JavaScript leverage C++. Implements a script was created as an owner can be embedded with you add features of embedding was brought to my attention. Support as something that has happened in our app that we can respond to. Types of events in Node system events. Writing hello world in Node.js. This what open your Так, take a few minutes to go through getting started section new. Official rip until this TypeScript module. Ладно. Так. HTTP create server. STRS. Status code. Line. Okay. Так. The same set server.js file and run. Terminal. This code first includes first class support for networking. Research surrender returns the server is set to listen. Post name when the server is ready. The callback function code in this case I mentioned as the server is running whenever the request is received. Providing two objects. Essential to handle HTTP call. Let's call the first provides request details. In this example, that's not used, but you can access the request headers. Request data. The second is used to return data to the caller. In this case, we set the set code property, get a successful response. And we close the response, adding the content as argument to end. Node.js я уже устанавливал. How much need to know use.js? Good. Well, because you might also be confused. Experiment to learn. Template literals. Oh. Programming the web browsers. Both the browser and Node.js use JavaScript. The programming language, building apps that run the browser completely, doing things and building Node.js application despite the fact that it's always JavaScript. There are some key differences that make the experience radically different from the perspective from the developer who extensively use JavaScript. Node.js has bring with them a huge advantage, the comfort of programming everything front end and the back end. Single language, you have a huge opportunity because we know how hard it is to fully deeply learn a programming language, and by using the same language to perform all your work on the web, both on the client and on the server, your unique position of advantage. What changes is ecosystem. The browser, most of the time you are doing is interacting with DOM or other web platforms APIs like cookies. Those do not exist in JS. Of course, you don't have the document window and all other objects that are provided by the browser. And in the browser we don't have all the nice APIs and Node.js provides through its modules, like the file system access functionality. Another big difference is that control the environment, unless you are building an open source application that you can deploy anywhere. You can you know which version of JS you will run the application on, compared to the browser environment where you don't get jury to choose what browser your visitors will use. Is very convenient. This means that you can write all the modern that Node.js version supports, since JavaScript moves so fast, but browsers can be a bit slow to upgrade. Sometimes on the web you are stuck using all the JavaScript release you can use be able to transform. Using the difference is that Node.js support both the CommonJS and ES module systems. When the browser was starting to see something being implemented or require an import in Node.js, while you're limited to import in the browser. Is an image JavaScript engine that powers Google Chrome. It the thing that takes execute while browsing is runtime. Execute the DOM and the other reply by the browser. JavaScript engine that powers Google Chrome. It's the thing that takes JavaScript and executes when browsing Chrome. It parses and executes JavaScript code, the DOM, the web platform repeats, they will make up runtime environment provided by the browser. The cool thing that the JavaScript engine is independent of the browser which hosted this key feature enables the rest of JS to be the engine that powered Node.js back. And the popularity in JS exploded, become the engine that now powers an incredible amount server side code written in JavaScript. Desktop apps of project like Electron. Request for performance. They brought a problem and system with implementation detail. So just around the web there is a race, and but JavaScript is generally considered an interpreted language. JavaScript engines no longer just interpret JavaScript; they compile it. This has been happening. When the Spider-Monkey JavaScript compiler was added, they unfold the idea. Internally compiled with the execution the smart sim counterintuitive, but since the introduction of Google Maps, JavaScript has evolved from the language that originally executed lines of code to complete application with thousands to hundreds of thousands of lines running on the browser. Application can now run 4 hours inside the browser. Just few from validating rules. Questions because with introduction to the npm package manager. A quick white to npm before package manager key to success and released and behaviors, making the biggest single language code repository on earth. It's 10 p.m. started package manager in September. Get everything started. And just package npm manages downloads of dependencies of your project. It will install everything the project needs. This command adds package name to the often you will see more flag settings to this command, and that's an entry to. So that's it. Between is that the form contains tools like a testing library, while the later is bundled with the app. Is for the optional dependency definition is that the build failure will not cause installation to fail, but your program's possibility to handle the lack of dependency. It's fine. And initiative plain don't also manage versions, so you can specify in specific version package or require a version higher or lower than what you need. Many times you'll find that the library is only compatible with major releases of another library or a bug. And the latest release of the lib still unfixed is causing an issue. So an explicit version of the library also helps to keep everyone on the same exact version of the package, so that the whole term run the same version until the package's file is updated. So it's a specific. Так, is a build. Is mod versions became updated with the latest releases of the engines, which are are both original content performance stability improvements. I split into 3 groups of shipping staged runs feature, shipping feature, runtime flag. So features are almost completed features. Should ship always with Node.js version by default. Just gonna be looking features. Screen behavior. Что это такое вообще происходит? Почему? Потому что я в курсе Node. Так и выбрал. Так. Just the difference between development and production. Так. So in development environment, you can signal Node.js that you are running. During development environment, you can signal in production. Shall, but it's better to put it in your shell configuration. Supply the environment variable. Command. It's minimum essential level. Yes. Production thing, yes. There's developers were successful to build software developers around the web, basically subjects. There's no. There's just some things. Сколько вакансий? Сколько вакансий для full stack React? Вообще без понятия. Так, there's an example from firstly. Comes declares types. Second option must be typed explicitly. Can they use type files, for example? Be of type boolean. On the right. Using assuming that's our file name. Subscript compile. Server compile. Just this command will result in a new file. No. Where's так. TypeScript, Node.js, well, TypeScript is well established in Node.js on the used by many companies, open source projects, tools, and frameworks. Use open source project. Just окей, окей. Так, this short video. Вакансии, чтобы нерелевантный стек не обжечься. Я думаю, Node.js лишним знать не будете, как минимум для общего развития и понимания хоть какой-то базы, как работает бэкэнд. Так что, думаю, в любом случае это не лишнее знание. Окей. Так, send best Node.js project ideas for beginners. Так. This is completely free. Give chat room, which is built for chat applications here. Have text computer's camera. Through the submission. Build your own Zoom. Rather. Жестко. Тише. Interrupt. RSS leader. Explore application to run your. Найс. Все, я хочу кушать, пипец. Обеденный перерыв. Обеденный перерыв. Что посмотреть-то? Все, скоро вернусь. От Дэна Абрама. Не, про реакторские хуки я уже, блин, все, что можно, прочитал и посмотрел. Почему еще что-то смотреть? Так, не то. Япония. Okay. Oh, like I learned introduction lesson. Node.js is really just JavaScript, so basically understanding JavaScript is necessary to before continuing this lesson, we will take you through a tutorial to teach you basic modules and functions that you need to get running with Node.js. The project that comes at the end of this section will ask you to use Node to create a basic website. Includes an index, about, and contact me page. The topics in this lesson, be on the lookout for things help you complete the project. Honestly, a large amount of content from their website, several of those remove pages will link to in this lesson until we find content will be linking directly to the markdown files. GitHub repository. Content should still. Okay. Explain some things that Node.js is commonly used for. Create use modules in Node.js. Basic web server with Node.js using HTTP module. Module to parse for your own events. Let's then start looking at Node server-side code. We'll be hopping around lessons in the which you would follow along. Um, Available node commands. Press the name of the file you want to execute. It's telling the shell to run your script with Node. Spend this information to JavaScript with The first line of JavaScript. Parameter. To your directory which contains excuse as an argument you can use you still don't know. It has to be probably by system path. Where am I calling from? Usually we're working with databases. .inv. Score module provides property which hosts. We started. The user ID suitable for testing, however, for production you will probably be configuring requires automatically available. Custom environment. So environment variables in your Node project you can also create. And then use .env package to load them during runtime. How to make HTTP request with Node. The URL you want to use. Access library. To use get request, it's possible just using Node.js standard modules, although it's more variables than the option above. Тайну сохранил. Look at value for working with files and nodes, which provides a lot of very useful functionality to access and interact with the file system. There's no need to install it. Install it being parts of the Node.js core. Requiring access. a link. That some method has asynchronous by default, but they can add slip by appending sync. This makes a huge difference in your application flow. Let's examine. Use like this. Execution. Till the file appears easy. Do it using callback based. It's complex. Okay. Let's start write files in Node. Way to write to file Node.js is to use write file IP. Так, some content, write file, content. With default. When the file Open the file for reading and writing. Position the string at the beginning of the file. Or writing. Reading and writing. В contents. In this case. Что за стримы? Смотри. О, что за стримы? Почему мне их не рассказывают? М, Your class. Your class play with the code samples to see how it works. Mm. Remember the following standard examples. This was a convention. Let's get setters on the class property rather than as a data properties, the object itself. Any properties of your real object. It's an effect, but I will return true. Input string, the absolute or relative input URL to parts. There is relative base. So that string, it is converted to string first. Real object. Accessibility property. Base or not valid URLs. With the input URL sparse. Conduct. Path name. Sports portion of the URL. Program maybe a number or a string containing a number, range, inclusive. Result in the port value becoming the empty string. Привет. Сомневаюсь. Здесь все нормальные ребята. Introduction to NPM. Ты уже читал? Даже system to quickly get introduced to так, package.json file. Package.json file. Package.json file. Я видел. А, все, вспомнил. It's choose a file that's так. О, привет, Карим. Ой, что у тебя нового? И у меня к тебе вопрос. Как вы вот, в своей компании... У меня хорошо, потому что очень большая вероятность есть, что где-то, наверное, в сентябре, э, ну, мне, короче, дадут проект сделать. Вот мой друг делает онлайн-школу, и, типа, ему нужно будет сайт запилить. И вроде как он не против, чтобы я взялся. Вот я хочу спросить, как вообще оценивать вот эту всю работу? Типа, какой ценник ставить? То есть там я буду фронтенд делать, а, еще один чел будет бэк делать. Большой дядя Карим. Нет, это Инфаст. Он тоже большой. Я вот хотел спросить, как это все оценивать? То есть там будет сайт, а, ну где-то 7, где-то плюс-минус 7, вот хедер, плюс-минус 7 страниц, там таких всяких описаний, достаточно легких. Плюс будет страница магазина, где будут товары. А, будет, соответственно, корзина, потом будет, можно будет залогиниться, и ты как ученик, у тебя будет там свой профиль, доступ к курсам, твой баланс. И, короче, всякая такая фигня, то есть будет еще админка для администратора, то есть для преподавателя, чтобы там загружать лекции после урока, там всякие домашние задания выставлять. А, ну, короче, плюс-минус вот такой функционал. Что там еще будет? Ну, да, страницы, где будут, типа, выписаны уроки, там на каждый урок ты на него нажимаешь, там будет видео, описание, домашнее задание. А, То есть в админ панели будет у преподавателя возможность загружать эти уроки. Что-то еще, короче. Ну, плюс-минус такое. Как вот это вот, всю эту работу во сколько оценить? Да. М. С трудозатрат. Это как? Кто будет это пилить? М, Хорошо, а как вы знаете, сколько вы это будете пилить часов заранее? Сколько им нужно за это платить? Тут, ну вот, хорошо, вот оцени вот то, что я тебе все назвал, оцени. Сколько, вот если бы тебе такой заказ пришел бы? Приходишь и считаешь, сколько на нее времени нужно. Па-па-па. Блин. Ну хорошо, вот допустим, ну хорошо, и сколько час стоит, допустим? Ну, А, еще будет страница с тестами. Ёлки-палки. Тинки тварь. Хорошо. От скольки хотя. А, еще чтобы возможность была эти подарочные сертификаты сделать. То есть еще какие-то промокоды, чтобы были. И вот такой функционал. То есть, ам, вспомнить синюю верхнюю грань. Я не знаю, тебе нельзя называть цифры или что? Обычно. То есть так рассчитываешь бюджет, чтобы их выплачивать. М, Каждой фичи проходишься и считаешь, сколько на нее нужно времени. Хорошо, а ты можешь, ну, оценить, сказать мне, вот я тебе назвал, что должно быть, и вот для двоих людей, вот, вот приблизительно просто, ну, плюс-минус, чтобы у меня хоть какие-то ориентиры были, сколько это времени может занять? Вот, вот в твоей компании. Вот для двух людей вот такой проект в твоей компании, сколько это плюс-минус времени может занять? В админке, ам, в админке, чтобы можно было смотреть, типа, чтобы был список учеников, у кого сколько там на балансе денег, типа, кто на каких там в группах состоит. Вот, допустим, просто блок про учеников. Там, количество студентов, там, кто в какой группе состоит, количество балансов, типа, там, какие у него уроки, там, файлы с домашним заданием. Потом блок, где преподаватель может загружать видео урока, который прошел. То есть тут у него есть функционал, вот он провел урок, все это видео он там сделал какую-то форму, ты там заполняешь типа название урока, видео урока, домашнее задание к этому уроку, и типа ты его добавляешь. Потом, не знаю, возможно еще что-то будет, но вот это такие самые главные фичи, что должны быть в админке. М, Типа список учеников, кто где учится, типа сколько у кого баланс, там, загружать видео, создавать типа страницу пройденного урока. Потом, расписание еще должно быть. А, учеников считать так. Учеников считать не проблематично. Ну, вроде да, но считать-то несложно. Ну так-то все это звучит, ну как бы несложно вот что сделать, ну просто сколько это времени занимает. Сейчас я, может, попрошу, если он сможет. Вот. А, не, у него еще нету. Блин. 2 дня на весь проект? Или только на эти фичи? Я уже запутался. Что значит 2 дня, а потом сразу полгода? Полгода? 2 дня, чтобы посчитать. М, Полгода. Итеративная разработка? Что это? Делаем это. Что значит спринты? Можете как-то, ну, понятнее писать? Держать узнаю. Короче, немного меньше, чем полгода ты оценил а, вот этот весь проект. Ну, ты полгода сначала написал. Хорошо, 1,5 месяца это у тебя, ведь это, ну, опытные ребята. М, А если нам... Да, ну, короче, минимум 2 месяца. Окей. Так, хорошо. С временем мы определились, а теперь чуть адекватно вроде. Ну вот мы плюс-минус тоже так, ну, подумали. Нет, дизайн есть. Дизайн есть. Просто есть дизайн только страницы вступительной, но нету там дизайна админки. Сейчас. Ща, может он мне как-то сможет скинуть. Да не Мимбл, говорю, мой друг. Дизайн типа всего будет этого. Мгм. Хорошо, 2 месяца. 2 месяца. Вот так. Вот мы плюс-минус вчера так и сошлись. И сколько денег это оценить? Мгм. $15. У нас гривны. Блин, я надеюсь, ты считаешь. Триста тридцать шесть часов, это ты как посчитал? 2 месяца, если. Это ты типа 20. Это- Хорошо, 20 на 8. 160. 300, ну да. 320. Так, 320 часов за 2 месяца одному человеку. Блядь, и сколько стоит час программиста? Не буду Node.js делать. 15:35. М. Занимаюсь в Калифорнии. Блин, почему ты, Сикарим, не можешь... Ой, Сикарим, в инфас сказать цену, какую бы ты выставил? Хотя бы хоть какую-то приблизительную. Надо сметаны меньше не брать. Так, до света специалиста. Меньше года. Это что за цены? Что так мало? Мгм. Ну что там, бля. Ну, $1600. Нормально так. Хотя, ну, за 2 месяца. За 2 месяца. М. Ну, это вообще адекватные цифры для проекта. Что ты скажешь, инфас? Нормально столько, или это мало, или это много? Это на одного за 2 месяца. Блин, месяц довольно типично. Ну, то есть нормально. 60 рублей в месяц. Это норм. Ну, норм, то есть для меня норм, учитывая... м, Короче, для меня на данный час времени норм. Ну, ну, как бы, я думаю, это просто как старт-поинт. Я думаю, он как бы скидывать тоже будет. Нет, ты лучше в долларах пиши, в гривнах непонятно. Короче, посмотрим. Ну, плюс-минус я ориентир какой-то имею. Хорошо, инфаст. А если вот вы рассчитали вот 2 месяца, но я подозреваю, что не всегда идет так, как вы рассчитали. И если уходит больше времени, если 3 месяца, то вы уже на третий месяц какую-то меньшую зарплату платите или такую же самую? Может, 3200 на двоих, если за 2 на одного 1600? А не, подожди, какие 3200, блядь, пиздец, опозорился. Все, я включаю стрим. Если мы не вложимся в 2 месяца. И как лучше, то есть, бля, я вот не знаю. Обычно с запасом считаешь. Тоже индивидуально. Индивидуально. Все типа готовы подождать немного дольше. Не, ну типа заказчик, я понял, готов подождать, а разработчикам зарплату. То есть, ну точнее, заказчик тебе будет доплачивать. То есть, вот вы договорились на 2 месяца. Но что-то пошло не так, и вы делаете это 3 месяца. То есть, ну, казалось, это дольше. И вот вы за этот третий месяц берете деньги? Или вы договорились на 2, вот вы взяли деньги за 2 месяца, потому что вы посчитали 2, но получилось 3. И вы просите еще за третий месяц? Или вы, насколько договорились, за столько и делаете? То, что не успевает, по сути, ваш проект. Ну вот я хочу узнать тоже. Так-то я тоже думаю, как ты написал. То есть, но с другой стороны, мы еще не можем знать точно, как все там будет. Но с другой стороны, плюс-минус, ну и мы и просчитали. И как бы мы правильно, то есть, получается, реально наш проект. Проект надо укладываться в срок. Это не им, и тебе. По итогу, по итогу он пишет, что наш проект. Окей. Окей, я вроде плюс-минус ориентир. Понял. Но у нас что-то прям ультра маленькие зарплаты. А, подожди. Это на TypeScript и JavaScript? Що не розумію. Тих, хто обирає чи використовує TypeScript. Респондентики використовують React.js. Это промывание. Типа, если ты на реакте и на TypeScript, то медианная зарплата 3000. А на JavaScript 2350. Чего? Вон, да. Меньше платит немного. Почему RN? RN. RN это Angular? Почему RN на JS дороже? Нет. А, React Native. Не знаю. Окей, nice. Nice. Шеф в туалет. Гибче, кстати. Это даже не... Nice, nice. Так. Так. It's another package JSON. The property which tells the name of the app. Чего жестко. Надолго выключили? Или это рандомный отключ? Вам непонятно. И так Иногда не знаешь, тут рандомно выключать воду и свет. Жесть. Мгм. Lots of things. I'm going here version because the current version name sets application package name, description, the brief description of the app package, sets the entry point for the application. Is set to prevent the app package to be accidentally published. npm. Define the set of node scripts you can run. This sets a list of node packages as stored as dependencies. Name, set the package name. Must be at least spaces. Must not have spaces. Can contain lowercase letters. Because sound should be able to get apologize package plus GitHub good value for this property. The package after name. There is which can have one or more contributors. Could also be used with this format. Box. Package homepage. Version. Numbers first number is the major version. This meaning these numbers at least that's on the fixed box is patch release. This keyword associated with your package does. Your mail. Find more package when you get similar packages. This is a brief description of the package. One of the package. Which can run by packages. Так, dependencies, if packages installed dependencies. The package instantly is inserted in this list. This list of package installed as developer dependencies differ from dependencies because they are meant to be installed only on the development machine and need to run the code in the production. When you install a package using npm, packages are inserted in this list. Давай, удачи тебе там. Так. List. Description. Simply specify which updates your package accepts. Which updates your package accepts for from that dependency. Simver. Please. Okay. And the difference between npm global and local packages. The main difference between local and global packages is this. Local packages are installed in the directory where you run npm install, and they are put in the Node modules folder under this directory. Are all put in a single place in your system, regardless of where you run npm install. In your code, you can only require local packages. So when you should install in the general, all packages should be installed locally. This makes sure you can have dozens of applications on your computer, all running different versions of each package if needed. Updating a global package would make all your projects use the new release, and this you can imagine this might cause a nightmare in terms of maintenance, as some packages may break compatibility, dependency, and so on. Projects have their own local versions of a package, even if this might appear like a waste of resources. A package should be installed globally when it provides an executable command. Don't install global packages. Some packages installed globally already use. А ну-ка. Окей, понял. Так, events. Event emitter section. To see the events module. Так, for event emitter section. Because you're screaming broadly, you know how much of the interaction of the user is handled through events, mouse clicks, and so on. On the backend side, Node.js offers the option to build a similar system using the event module. This module in particular offers the event emitter class, which we'll use to handle our events. that using the subject exposes among many others the on and emit methods is used to trigger an event is used to add a callback function that's going to be executed when the event is triggered. For example, let's create a start event, and this matter of providing a sample, we react to that by just logging to the console. On start, when we run, the event handler function is triggered and we get the console log. Понял. We can pass arguments to the event handler by passing them as additional arguments. Yeah. Also expose several other methods to interact with events like once and a one-time listener. Nice. Так. Сохраним. SKU would require that the event listeners are this inbuilt events. Here's the detailed description of the most useful methods. Alias for это мы уже читали. Event names return an array of strings that represent the event registered on the current. Get max listeners, which default to 10 but can be increased to lowered or lowered by using set max listeners. Oh, the event is emitted for the first time after registering this. We call once, never again. Repent listeners. Listener. Куда он passwords. Мгм. М. Так, а ну давай попробуем. Так, здесь ты скрипт использовать, нужно его сначала установить. Test example. Ну, давай сразу попробуем. Ладно, пофиг. А, понял, понял. Ну, что ничего не происходит. А, ну то есть ссылку не выдает, я понял. Окей. Видишь, require function. If you want to include your application, Node.js has a set of built-in modules which can without further installation. Include modules. Include a module use the require function. The application has access to the HTTP module. Is able to create a server. Create server. Create your modules and these include them in your application. Use the exports keyword to make properties and methods available outside the module file. Блин. Я понял. Нет, не понял. Сейчас проверим. Наверное, нужно будет сначала его скомпилировать. Ну, понял, понял. Я не понял. Code HTTP shows Node.js to transfer data over the hypertext transfer protocol. To include the HTTP module, use the require method. Так, это понятно. To execute it when someone tries to access the computer on port. Change the file. Is the response service supported to be displayed as HTML? You should include an HTTP header with the correct context type. Since once right hand. Mhm. Mhm. This is a split the query string to readable parts as a URL module. URL parse. URL parse. Что это вообще происходит? Still work with file system on your computer. Master right files computer. Mhm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Function error data. Right head. Right that. Mm-hmm. It's creating new files. Append file, open, write file. Specific content to a file. If the file does not exist, the file will be created. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And file. Okay. The first method makes a flag as a second argument. If the flag is W for writing, the specified file is opened for writing. The file does not exist, an empty file is created. So, does exist? Fuck this. Editing files and write file for updating files. Specify content and the end specific file. Короче. Мы все знаем. Events. Usually computer is an event like when connection is made or file is open. Object is can fire events like the read stream object fires spinning the closing file. Create read stream. Module called events where you create files. Fixes computers like you can get like closing a file. Built-in module for your own events. Miss it's it's a very good module for working with file uploads like but formidable module can be downloaded and installed using npm. For the module, you can include the module upload files. As you upload files to your computer. Mm. Блин, я уже забыл, что такое and в конце значит. Я читал про этот and. Окей. To be able to parse and upload the file once it reaches the server. Person gets placed in the temporal folder on their computer. So it's about for the password that can be found. Okay. Hmm. Need to send emails from your computer. Load the mailer. Load the mailer. You can include the module and application. You read emails from your server. Node mailer. This file system module. Why would you use it? Файл system module позволяет создавать, редактировать, читать файлы. Как и почему ее использовать? Для того, чтобы читать и редактировать файлы. It's common welcome for installing a package locally in within npm. npm install название пакеджа, а если globally, то с минус g. Difference between a global and local package. Local устанавливается в папку с проектом, а global на компьютере куда-то. Ты ж нифига себе. Так, что смотреть? Why use Node? Event loop. Until at this point, you've luckily only relied on the browser's the tools to debug your code when it comes to debugging Node. Server-side code VS Code has a handy built-in debugger that you can use to debug directly in your areas. Additionally, you can also set Google Chrome up to debug Node and get the full benefits of the Chrome DevTools. Ultimately, the lesson will familiarize you with the Node debugger, which is a critical tool at this point in your learning. Likely be a key tool you use daily in your professional life. Not just debugging in VS Code. Блин, чем? Ссылку можно было бы в описании оставить. Just get back terminal. Hmm. Mm. Mm. Which features enabled? And where automatically attached. Enabled feature. Что происходит? Вот это прочитаем. Debugging Node.js app using Chrome DevTools. There's just a robust technology stack. User reject scheme, however, debugging Node.js application remains a difficult task since the king failed without any error message using Chrome DevTools is a simple solution to finding errors in your code. Introduction. Just a fast asynchronous and event technology can this user inspect program that runs enables running code. This processing code flow charts that enables you to find bugs more easily. The most popular way to skip and Node developers track bugs in their programs is by bringing data to the console. They use methods like console log. Also, these methods can be helpful. They require a lot of maintainable efforts and are not foolproof. Suppose you have a large app. How many select statements would you need? Login sensitive information can occur, exposing your app to malicious explosions, and that breaches may also occur. Спасибо, спасибо. Так, even some Node.js apps can fail without error messages. Occurs mainly in cases where error handling is not deployed debugging, and the bugs can watch behaviors of specific object throughout. Execution by adding breakpoints in the program. Breakpoints are locations in your code where you pause execution and examine various factors. By watching objects, you can evaluate their values. This goes on. Execution. It's not very flexible. It is a CLI-based debugger, which typically things is not an option. Google Chrome DevTools is a non-client debugger. It requires no additional installations. Okay, prerequisites. You'll need a Chromium-based browser, but this article will be able to debug your Node.js app in 4 easy steps. Set up your app for debugging. Run your Node.js app with inspect flag like this. Run your app with inspect flag allows third-party debuggers to attach to your app and access all the app files. You should have an output looks like this. Stop your remote app for debugging. If you want to debug your remotes in your browser, it's best to use Так. Again. Open your browser and open the URL. Chrome inspect. Like this. If you're debugging the remote app, get it debug. Ничего себе. Source tab. This is where you'll be editing your code. Expand the file tree on the left and click the file you want to debug. The selected file opens in the central part of the source tab. You can open multiple files for debugging. Adding code in DevTools does not change your local or remote files. To make permanent change, you must edit your local and remote files. To your code by clicking on the left side of the line number. Once set, a red dot will appear on these lines. On the right panel, you can watch objects and deactivate breakpoints. To watch a variable, add a variable defined in your code in the Watch tab. In the Scope tab, you can view the local and global variables currently defined. To step through your code, navigate to the... Все вспомнил. Что счет еще нет, видимо, появился. Жестко. Ну, лендлорд, конечно, жесткий. Счета еще нет. А когда он появится? А как у вас вообще, как там в Ереване оплачиваются счета? И, кстати, жестко, что отключают сразу, если, типа, не проплатил. У нас, типа, если ты не проплатил, то тебе просто долг насчитывается. Типа, просто долг насчитывается и все. Ну, то есть, драмы заносишь. Но у нас можно через терминал, но я через банковские приложения плачу. Ультра удобно. Там оно все. Угу. Ну это, блин, реально. Ну реально тупо, что отключают за задолженность. Это зачем так? Тоже через приложение чеки видно. Все быстро происходит. Так. Заплатишь, тут же дают обратно. Жесть. Это жестко. Как у вас в том приложении, не знаешь, типа, у нас просто в банковском приложении, типа, счета сразу сами подвязываются, то есть тебе ничего не нужно вводить, там сразу тебе показывают, сколько надо заплатить. У вас так же? То есть не надо ничего вручную вводить. There you can also open your... Yeah, open here. Should come into focus. Жесть. Не, ну так-то ты тоже можешь. Просто в банке... Ну, ты можешь тоже любой счет ввести, кому хочешь оплатить, но просто все сделано удобно, что банк сразу Нет, нет. Там ты один раз шаблон сделал, типа ввел счета, по которым тебе нужно платить, и все. И банк автоматически каждый там месяц а, ну, смотрит, какие у тебя счета, и выдает тебе сумму, которую нужно заплатить. Очень удобно. Все. Найс, найс. Вложение не банковское, кажется, понял. JavaScript console, press escape to open the console. This is the console. You can observe all the changes. Reverse breakpoints. Straight from you. О, ну-ка, давай вот это посмотрим. Ну-ка. For many people, it often involves putting console log on every corner of your code. This article looking how can VS Code to debug Node.js will meet on this savior. You have editor installed on your computer. This setup, open this setting by pressing Ctrl+. You can also open command palette. In the search box type Node.js. Node debug. Wiki attach Node debugger. Так, окей. And set some breakpoints. This way, click on the left side of the line numbers when you would like your code to stop. Arrows will appear when the breakpoint. This will aid in identifying the line or region where your code is failing. You can place them between suspected regions or randomly if you have no idea where. Click on the debug icon. If no pre-configurations have been made, there are two tabs in the debug panel. Run and breakpoints. Oi. It frequently can activate and deactivate your breakpoints using the checkboxes. So switch to bug cancel. Debugging process. So Node.js is prompted. Let's create launch JSON and select Node.js. It is a prompt to create a launch.js configuration file you can also create, which will contain the following content. Configurations where the floating all here. So reloads the server. Can then launch your app normally. Get this error. This means non-developers is not installed properly. If you're using Windows, so with the bugger attached the bottom blue bar color. It's attached to your app. There also appears Деран. Окей, понятно. Okay. Simple Node website. When you should know enough to be dangerous, there's definitely more to learn, but you already know enough about Node to actually make something, so let's do it. You will be creating a very basic informational site that contains 4 pages, index, about, contact me, and 4. Keep in mind that the content of these pages isn't really all that important, so there's need to spend a lot of time filling them up or trying to make them look pretty. If you get stuck at any time, feel free to go back. Create your Node.js server and add the code needed to serve the right page according to the URL. Node.js server. It's a bit low down. have toilet. Короче, ну, вроде ничего сложного этот проект сделать. Завтра сделаем. Думаю, мало времени займет. Ну, в принципе, все на этом. Так, это лучше сохранить. Так, это у нас что здесь? Не надо. Ну и все. Завтра тогда продолжим. Проект MongoDB. Экспресс. Короче, нормально, нормально. Пока нормально. Интересно, а кто-то TypeScript использовал? Ну, попробуем еще на TypeScript. Ладно, короче. Всем спасибо и до завтра.